ducktails in a thrift store purse. Signing autographs till the park was dark. I know it's kind of hard when they love your art. In the magazines.
I was raised on this vibration. 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 I was raised on this I was raised on this vibration.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. We are about to begin. I'd like to apologize for the slight delay, but we wanted to make sure that everybody is here being the big day for the future. I think that's the best way I can summarize this. My name is Christopher Kiro. I'll be hosting the event today. So we are waiting for the Governor, Her Excellency, and the team of the VIPs. They are up here briefing, and then they walk in, and then we'll start. So quick one. For those who came earlier, I know you must have discovered where the restrooms are. So towards that direction, so you get out through this door, not where you came from, through this door behind here. Then you go towards where I'm pointing to, then you go down the stairs, that's where the restrooms are. In terms of emergency, let me do it right now. There is the entrance you came in from, that is one of it, and then there is this entrance where our officials, the officers from the county are standing that area, and we all assemble at what I call the Charter Hall Gardens, okay? So you have the Charter Hall Gardens. For everybody who's come here, to my left, you can see a whole banner. So make sure you take pictures with that. We'll be sharing the Twitter handle so that we also go online and make sure that we share the moments and the experiences of the big day today as we celebrate the future of our generations. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again, and feel comfortable. When you see that carpet rolling, it means we are about to start. I'll be back in a few. Thank you so much. And we are live streaming. So I think I'll be sharing the link so you can tell those who are not able to attend to watch you celebrate with us. Thank you.
Is one of the most wonderful things we have. The environment is what supplements us with all necessary needs for the human body, for every organism on Earth. Right now, we are facing a man-made disaster of global scale biggest threat in thousands of years.
our team. I'd like to request all of us to be upstanding kindly as the governor comes. So we stretch a bit so that when we start, we are all upbeat as we begin the big day towards 2050 of making sure our generations are fine. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause as they come. Her Excellency, the Governor of Nairobi City County, Anne Kananu. Let's give a big round of applause. And I will request us to remain upstanding so that we can start with the national anthem. You can now take your seats. I'd like to invite Ms. Lydia Gatheru to lead us in a word of prayer kindly.
Let's stand for a word of prayer. Almighty God, we want to honor you. We want to thank you because you're the God of creation, you're the God of nature. We thank you, Lord, for giving us visionary leaders led by our Governor, Anne Kananu. We thank you, Lord. Because of this, Father, they have pushed the Climate Act, Almighty God. We pray that, Father, as they sign it, you may bless this initiative. Be with us, Lord, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. So in order to manage time, I'll be quick. My name is Christopher Kiro. I'll be hosting the event today. I would like to do a quick information about where we are. We are at Charter Hall. Behind you are the exit doors. In case of any emergency, we will be able to announce and they will let everybody to walk back to the gardens through the entrance that you came through, but we also have an entrance here and we have an entrance to this side. So those are the evacuation points. For washrooms or the restrooms, you will go where I'm pointing and then you go down for both ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like now to cue the pre-launch video to kickstart us off. Thank you.
With rapid growth of population and urbanization, Nairobi is one of the fastest growing cities in Central Africa. However, climate change and unsustainable development can cause flooding, increased temperatures and storms, and droughts that threaten not only the city's economic and societal growth, but its celebrated wildlife and ecosystems as well.
Being faced with immediate climate change issues due to its position as the capital city, in increased urban industrialization, there was a need to have a roadmap strategically designed to strategically mitigate and adapt to the future climate change scenarios.
The Climate Action Plan presents a public commitment of the city to play its part in reducing the growth of future emissions, supporting the achievement of international and national climate change mitigation goals, reducing vulnerability while adapting to climate change impacts, as well as achieving the SDGs.
The leading factors contributing to Nairobi's impact on the environment are its greenhouse gas emissions from the transport and waste sectors. The city will be implementing numerous programs to aid in mitigating and adapting to the worst effects of climate change.
Waste management is also another issue.
Currently in Nairobi, we use about 2 billion Kenya shillings a year to cut away our waste to Dandora. If we fully adopted the circular economy model, we would reduce that cost and end up also reducing pressure on the environment and give nature time to flourish. In fact, studies have shown us that if we fully implement this model, what will end up going to our dump site is about 5% of our waste.
One big advantage of BRT and LRT is that these are mass rapid transit modes, and when effectively implemented, they are able other people who use private cars and other modes into them because of the efficiency. We've seen cases of pneumonia, heart disease, stroke, and cancers as a result of air pollution. Through that, you also get negative economic effects, because of reduced productivity, losses to businesses, and lower household incomes.
We have also progressed with river cleaning. For instance, we have the famous Michuki Park, which is a reclaimed dump site. The river has been cleaned, and actually now we have a bit of marine life. We have fish in the section of Michuki Park, and we are progressing downwards, cleaning and also going upwards, making sure that the river is clean. We have also worked with one slum area called Mukuru, where we have declared a special planning area. We have given them sewer, we have given them waste collection points, and we have also trained them on waste separation, and we have seen this working very well.
Overall, the climate action planning process did have many aspects of community engagement and inclusion at the core, because without that, the climate action plan would not have been developed.
Do your smallest thing as a person to play a role in our efforts against climate change, and make sure that you can reduce your carbon footprint.
To get started, visit www.c40.org.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the team that put that together a big round of applause. For us to be able to be impactful and for the actions to be result-oriented, I would like now to call somebody from the ward level who, without them, we cannot win in this war. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Shakespeare Ariwi, representing the CBO, the community-based organizations. Karibu sana.
Her Excellency, the Governor, all protocol observed. I'm honored to stand in front of you today. And I'm very happy because this moment has come. We are having our action plan ready. And they say that if you walk alone, you might go fast, but you will not reach there on time. So today, allow me to introduce to you those green champions that we are working with at the world level. Those climate champions that have been preparing themselves for this moment. Because with the climate action that we are launching today, if we don't have green champions at world level, actually at village level, if we don't have these climate champions at village level, then we are dead on arrival. So, si msimame tu green champs when you come from all the wards. We have 85 wards in Nairobi. Just stand up. We just see. Those ones are leaders from 85 wards in Nairobi. And I want to say this today, that this moment that you are seeing happening here right now is real. And it really hurts very much that right now in Nairobi County, we are being told that the best way of mitigating this climate change is to plant trees, which is very wonderful. But the irony is that the waters that we can use to water these things as these CBOs, and they will attest this to you, all our rivers are dead. So, what does that one mean? We have to go up to Murang'a County to get that water into the pipe, way down to Dandora, to go and water those our plants. So again, karibu DG, karibu. Yeah, we again say that at this particular time, we don't want to gamble. We want to face this climate change, and I'm happy that right now, it's those days when we were saying that funds are not available. I'm happy that, and I have that evidence that in our country, Kenya, there is evidence of climate finance, and Treasury is not very far away from here to give that evidence that we have there. And we even have our national government, and they have made even the laws for us that's going to guide us. So, I want to request all of you who have come to witness this moment today that this is a very important day for us. And we must change this myth that climate change is only about growing trees. No. Climate change, for us to address it, we must go circular economy. If you go to the supermarket, kindly we are requesting you, stop buying waste. Buy things that are going to help you. Because we see normally at the dump site that we normally manage at household level, most of the things that we buy end up in Dandora dump site. And we wonder, why must you buy things that you're not going to use just to go and kill this our wonderful environment? So we are requesting you today that as we launch this wonderful action plan, kindly walk with us. They are not very hard steps. And I will challenge you that even today, if you walk into a supermarket, and I'm sure next to you there's a bottle, and I can challenge you, that bottle has been so precious for you since you were given. The only question is, where are you going to leave it? Or do we need to leave that our carbon footprint for somebody to come and clean for us? So, I know time is not on our side, and today I'm sure that we are at this important moment to sign this thing, to put it on pen. What we want to assure you, High Excellency and DG, we have 85 wards in Nairobi. And in all these 85 wards, all the tributaries of Nairobi River are passing somehow, somewhat in one of these wards. And the green champions and the climate champions who have just stood up here, we will give you this word that visit us at, and that one we are doing right now before the climate finance camp. Actually, we are doing it by grace of God. We have started cleaning our rivers. We have started doing landscaping. And we have started establishing our own tree nursery so that when this money comes, we don't want to go and get tree seedlings again from Abadeas. We want to get tree seedlings from our wards so that these CBOs who are growing these seedlings can access this money. And not only that, we want to request stakeholders who are here, as you do that small planning to invest in this tree planting, kindly don't miss to factor in the post-planting care, because that's where we normally go wrong. We budget for purchase of seedlings. We sometimes even don't budget for the tree or planting hole. So we just request you, as you sit in your boardroom, if you are here listening to us today, kindly, on behalf of those CBOs, factor the post-planting care. And if you do that, we will guarantee you that the Nairobi River tributaries, we are going to create green biocarbon zone. meaning a biocarbon zone is doing 1 million tree seedlings and making sure that you take care of it. And for the scientists who are here, you can calculate how many tons of carbon we can store when we plant 1 million seedlings, and how many young people are going to benefit when we purchase 1 million seedlings from their nurseries at a mere cost of even 20 shillings. Hiyo ni pesa ngapi?
A big round of applause.
Asanteni sana.
For you. That's Mr. Shakespeare Ariwi from the community-based organization, the guys who actually see the impact of what we do. I liked when he said, what are we buying at our supermarket or in stores? Where exactly does it end? So if we get time, guys, we need to visit them at the ward level and see, for those of us who have not managed. Right now, kindly allow me to invite the County Chief Officer, Environment and Natural Resources, Nairobi City County Government. Put your hands together for Honorable Justus Kathenge. Karibu, sir.
Thank you very much for that title of Honorable Justus Kathenge as the Chief Officer. Your Excellency, the Governor of Nairobi City County, Anne Kananu Mwenda, the Director General of NMS, Lieutenant General Badi, Nairobi City County officials, distinguished guests, representatives of various institutions, members of distinguished partners, our visitors, ladies and gentlemen, members of the County Assembly, all protocols observed. Good morning. We also wish to acknowledge the people who are participating in this process virtually, wherever they are. As you own this important function, we are cognizant of the fact that in 2020, a deed of transfer was signed between Nairobi City County Government and the national government, transferring key sectors to the national government, which is currently represented by NMS. And one of those sectors transferred was environment. Meaning that with the transfer of functions, the budget for the sector of environment was also transferred. And therefore, as we celebrate this function today, we are cognizant of the fact that those who are playing their roles have been doing so without a budgetary provision from the city county government, save for distinguished partners who are here today as we launch the Climate Change Action Plan for Nairobi City County Government. In this regard, we give special thanks first to NMS, C40, CDI, Red Cross International, COCO, Equity Bank, SAY, NEMA, KFS, Ustadi, Child Fund, Safaricom, World Bank, Synergy, and our environment officers in the Nairobi City County Government, together with all the CBOs, including Shakespeare. Just to mention a few, we have greatly benefited from the immense support from the technical support. And we thank Our Excellency the Governor, who opened the doors for consultation and advice, and big clap for her. The support of C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group in this process has been quite instrumental with the installation of our city, county, and advisor working closely with the technical and political leadership of the county. This has culminated in the development of city's first climate action plan with transformative climate change interventions to meet the global and national obligations of the city county government. The process is already bearing fruit with the establishment of the Climate Change Directorate in Nairobi that aligns with the provisions of the National Climate Change Act 2016. The process was also complemented with the designation of the County Executive Committee member in charge of environment and natural resources budget with a climate change portfolio that will ensure the governance structure in the city is streamlined to facilitate mainstreaming, coordination, financing, and implementation of the climate change mitigation and adaptation actions. This action plan embodies the emerging and innovative processes in the management of waste in the city with a shift from a linear to circular model to enhance the waste value chain and delivery qualities. It embraces mass mobility options and non-motorized forms of transport for walking and cycling, ensuring water security, promoting sustainable urban food systems, and advancing clean energy options by focusing on renewals. The city of Nairobi strives to transition to a green economy in the face of COVID-19 pandemic, while delivering bespoke core benefits in relation to job creation, cleaner air, healthier environment for a habitable and friendly city. These actions will directly contribute to the implementation of Kenya National Determined Contribution, the NDC. The COVID-19 has also exposed critical urban inequalities and gender inequalities that exist when it comes to addressing the public health crisis in Africa. African cities are the most vulnerable to the climate crisis, and the pandemic exacerbates the situation, bringing to the light compounding impacts of climate change and COVID-19. To this end, Nairobi greatly appreciates this opportunity to share this great milestone, and we look forward to further engagements. Finally, I would like to thank you all for your contribution and presence throughout the process, and especially Our Excellency the Governor, the Director General of NMS, and all distinguished partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chief Officer, Environment and Natural Resources. So because of the request by the media, so we are shifting that a bit so that it gives you are not competing with the direct light from the screen. Thank you. So that's why we are shifting it. Allow me now to invite the Public Affairs Associate from Coco Networks. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Miss Mabel Rubadiri.
Good morning, Your Excellency, honored guests, all protocols observed. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm from Coco Networks. Coco Networks is a clean energy company based here in Kenya. We are also Africa's leading climate technology consumer platform. We are driving the switch between deforestation-based charcoal to modern, sustainable bioethanol cooking fuel. We began in 2015, and after 4 years of research and development, we launched our product in 2019, which is the Coco Cooker and Coco Bioethanol Fuel. And currently, since launch, we are servicing 500,000, 500,000 customers across Nairobi, Kisumu, and Mombasa. And we are quickly expanding about 10,000 customers per week here in Kenya. So I'll explain a bit about what we do, what we are addressing, and also how we do it. We are addressing one of the most challenging issues affecting African development, which is the charcoal crisis, and we're doing it in a way that requires no government subsidies and also requires impacts and meets the targets of SDGs on climate change. We are addressing the fact that about 70% of Kenyans still rely on biomass energy as their primary cooking fuel, which is the main driver of deforestation in the country. There are thousands of hectares of trees that are lost due to deforestation every year. And the pace and scale of deforestation across Kenya is actually affecting and leading to a significant reduction in water availability and also food insecurity. Now, the transition to a clean energy source such as cocoa fuel will reduce the pace and rate of deforestation in the country. The conservation or the the conversion of 5 million households to cocoa fuel or to bioethanol fuel from charcoal will actually save about 50 million trees in the next decade. Now, the biomass fuel, charcoal fuel, is also a contributor to 22 million tons of carbon emissions across Kenya every year. And we're trying to mitigate that, transitioning to cocoa fuel, especially the cocoa coker, and cocoa bioethanol will lead to 5 tons of carbon emissions reduction every year, and that's something that we are very excited about. Now, how do we do this? Cocoa Networks manufactures and sells a 2-burner cooker that runs safely and efficiently on bioethanol cooking fuel. We have a dense network of 1,000 fuel ATMs across Nairobi, Mombasa, and Kisumu. These fuel ATMs dispense bioethanol cooking fuel into unique canisters, canisters that are unique to each customer. Customers can purchase fuel for as little as 30 shillings, which can allow a family to cook for 1 meal or 2 meals, or they can refill a 2.3-liter canister for 210 shillings that will allow a family to cook for about a week. Now, our novel fuel distribution technology doesn't exist anywhere else. We are also happy to partner with Vivo Energy, which is a company that leads and focuses on all Shell branded stations across Africa. We use their existing fuels infrastructure technology to lower the cost of our distribution and do last mile distribution to the customers that need it the most. We are projected to reach 14 new regions and urban centers and peri-urban centers across Kenya within the next year. We are expected to reach 2 million customers by 2024, and we're also thrilled to support the Nairobi County Climate Action Plan as it reinforces the work that we are doing, ensuring hardworking Kenyans
Thank you so much, Ms. Mabel Rubadiri, the Public Affairs Associate at Cocoa Networks. Coming in next, ladies and gentlemen, from the Slum Dwellers Initiative, popularly known as SDI, I'd like to invite the Executive Director, Kenya, Mr. Joseph Kimani. Welcome, sir.
Santa Cruz, Your Excellency, DG, all protocols observed. I would like to start with a story. A few months ago, we walked to the Waziri's office and we were coming to introduce a program called VCA.
VCA stands for Voices for Just Climate Action. It's supported by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Netherlands, and a number of partners are inside here. We'll ask them probably to stand for people to see them. There is HIVOS, WWF, ALIN, I'm sure a number of others will also be joining us soon. So we wanted to just introduce that we have a program, and this program is going to support how we strengthen our capacity as CSOs to support the county governments across Kenya implement the climate action programs. So when we had that conversation, we thought it was just a simple introduction. And we are coming with the background that we've worked with NMS in Mukuru for the SPA, so we have a very rich background of community mobilization. Then the Waziri said, he actually froze for some minutes and said, hey, you guys, you've come at the right time because we want to launch the climate action plan. And we are like, that's not our work. Our work is to mobilize and support communities. So what is this business about launching a plan? And anyway, after they convinced us, we were actually persuaded that this is the right thing to do. That actually launching this plan will provide us with an opportunity for community groups, especially those in the informal settlements where we support, to access finance
the climate financing. This is lucky. Over 500 groups that we've profiled are using their own initiatives to support and work around climate solutions, using their own resources. Yet we are told of thousands and millions of shillings, that are available to do this work. And we convince ourselves that if we launch this will open room for these groups to really access finance. And we think the county has already a solution. The informal settlements, especially the riparian reserve, to declare them as special planning areas, and you'll see the climate action plan being implemented. With those few remarks, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. That's the Executive Director, Slum Dwellers Initiative Kenya, and he has said something very important. It's about persuasion. So right now, everybody that is here, you're going to impact more people outside there, including the ones that are watching us on live stream. We'd like to welcome you. Thank you for joining us. It's very important when you are planning something because they are the center of communication. Officer, Environmental Management at Safaricom, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Owen Obimba. Karibu sana sana.
Nairobi City County Governor, Her Excellency Anne Kanan, NMS Director General, Lieutenant General Mohamed Badi, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Owen Umbima, Senior Officer in charge of Environment and Climate Change in Safaricom, and today it's an honor to be here today to mark such an important milestone for the city of Nairobi in launching of the Climate Action Plan 2020-2050. Allow me to begin with a quote from the late Professor Wangari Maathai. We owe it to ourselves and to the next generation to conserve the environment so that we can bequeath our children a sustainable world that benefits all. Climate change continues to be a problem, leading to increasing sea levels, adverse weather patterns, and drought, which is experienced in the northern part of the country. And when partnerships form and we are able to come up with action plans the way we have come up, the way the action plan we've come up with today, it gives hope for the future and it gives hope for a climate aware country which will drive climate solution. Safaricom continues to champion climate action through partnerships with KFS and CFAs in order to grow 5 million trees in 5 years. This is in an effort to offset our carbon emissions as an organization because we are cognizant of the fact that due to our operations, we emit a lot of carbon into the environment. We are hoping that this will be an ambitious way to meet our net zero target of becoming a net carbon emitting company by 2050. It is my hope that this collaboration and action plans will pave the way forward and allow us to address climate.
Thank you so much, sir. Straight ahead now, I'd like to call the city advisor from Nairobi for C40 cities, that is. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jenga Mucheko.
Your Excellency the Governor, Director General, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Jenga Mushakehu. I'm the city advisor from Z40 Cities, and I wasn't the city advisor during this CAP process, so I want to start by congratulating Everyone at Nairobi City County government who has worked on this, everyone at NMS who has supported it, and everyone at C40. And as a citizen of Nairobi, I'm very happy to have a climate action plan. I'm going to be speaking just briefly about where do we go from here. We have a plan, and what does implementation of this plan look like? Briefly, the climate action plan process began with mayoral commitment, in our context, the governor's commitment, to establish a core team and to begin the process of building an evidence base, collecting data, measuring our climate risk, and carrying out a greenhouse gas emissions inventory. This is an exercise that will have to happen every couple of years and will follow a greenhouse GPC protocol, is a global protocol for community scale greenhouse gas emissions. There was an inclusive climate needs assessment, and this culminated in the action plan that you see today. There was a strategy identification, action selection, action definitions, and the compilation of this plan. And throughout this process, there was stakeholder engagement and understanding of the governance structure, linking Nairobi's climate action plan to the priorities of the national government. There was monitoring and evaluation, and moving on to accelerating implementation. There's a need to mainstream climate action and embed all these actions within city governance, planning, decision-making, and structures. And to have high-impact policy implementation, there's a need for providing deep integrated support to accelerate high-impact policy implementation in strategic sectors. Nairobi today joins cities across Africa and across the world in launching our climate action plan. And moving forward, I'll be the city advisor working on the next phase of this program. Supported by the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO. We'll be implementing this with C40 support to deliver at least 2 priority high-impact actions from the Climate Action Plan, and to embed climate action into city governance, planning, and decision-making. This program focuses on the particular policies and projects that can deliver the most significant emissions and risk reduction impact and wider benefits in support of a green and just recovery from COVID-19. Next slide, please. Again. Thank you. So these are the 15 cities that are under the UK Aid Climate Action Implementation Program. There are 7 in Africa. And the components of this program will be to strengthen capability and embed these CAPs across city administrations. This will involve advancing the implementation of these 2 impact actions at least, and advancing climate action through cross-sectoral integration. It will require an all-of-government approach. There'll be a need to engage stakeholders, including citizens and businesses, so I'm very glad to see so many in the room today. In order to implement these high-impact CAP actions, there'll be a need to provide deep integrated support to accelerate high-impact policy implementation in strategic sectors such as energy, buildings, transport, and waste. In Africa, this program focuses on energy and buildings and waste. Climate action implementation vision for Nairobi. I'd like to talk a little bit about a lot of the actions that are taking place already that are in line with the CAP. We have low carbon solutions and climate proofing transport infrastructure through improvement of NMT facilities and the development and improvement of mass transit options and mode switching. That refers to the BRT and the infrastructure to support that. As has been mentioned, the city is transitioning to a circular economy, and as an approach, this will reduce solid waste in our landfills, and so the implementation of a circular economy solid waste management approach, and there have been significant investments in solid waste management through material recovery facilities, and this will reduce the amount of waste that lands in our stormwater drainage and can lead to flooding. In addition to that, we have actions to support a clean and secure energy sector through increased adoption of renewable energy, LED and solar street lighting. We have programs to support resilient food systems through food strategy to reduce emissions from organic waste, and projects in urban agriculture to improve food security. There are also significant efforts to improve our health standards through air quality legal frameworks. So in summary, the city is focused on implementing the CAP through the Climate Action Implementation Program, supported through technical advice from C40 cities, as well as continuing to mainstream these climate actions through city governance and an all-of-government approach. And finally, the city is very open to engage and partner with more stakeholders to ensure impactful implementation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Because of time, I'll request everybody that comes, please just shorten the speech a bit so that we're able to hurry. Quickly, I'd like to call Malik Kamal, Director, FLOCA. Kindly come over, sir. Let's give him a big round of applause as he's come over.
Your Excellency, Governor, Director General, NMS, all protocols observed, good afternoon. I'm here to talk about FLOCA, that's the Financing Locally Led Climate Action Program. This is a World Bank funded program that's implemented through the National Treasury to devolve and decentralize climate finance right down to the world level. The program is to support actually national governments and county governments to manage climate risks and build resilience of the communities right down at the world level. So the idea is really to devolve decisions, investments, the finances, right down to the world level. That's why we call it locally led climate action. The decisions, the kind of investments are determined by the communities. They know best. They are best placed to know what impacts them in terms of climate change, the vulnerabilities they face, the risks they face, and the solutions they have are with the communities. So this program really drives down decisions and climate finance to those communities using the devolved system of governance. There are two grants to this program. One is the institutional support grants, which helps counties put in place structures, systems, institutional structures to now devolve the climate finance right down to the world level. And then there are the investment grants, which now, once those structures are in place, communities, through a participatory climate risk assessment, determine what kind of investments they would want to make. And this is what we have, the County Climate Change Resilience Investment Grants, which is a bigger grant. But to get to the bigger grant, you have to get the institutional grants, and the institutional grants have 4 minimum access conditions, which is basically having a CEC. Does the county have a CEC in charge of climate change? Has the county signed a participation agreement with the program? Has the county, does it have a special purpose account? And does it have a climate change act? So basically, those 4 conditions qualify a county to receive these grants. So what happens is we've worked with counties, we've prepared counties. Nairobi County, I'm happy that you've come up with the County Climate Change Action Plan, but this has to now feed into the county climate, into the CIDP to ensure a predictable budget for county climate change actions. This is what this program is supporting. Counties have, the first tranche of disbursements will be done in the next financial year. We have about 33 counties that have qualified with the 4 minimum access conditions. Nairobi is there. We're still working with you, and we're supporting you so that you can qualify for the next cycle. That is going to help you fund this County Climate Change Action Plan. So we are open. We are working with the counties. We are based here at Treasury. I think we can always have this discussion, carry on further and see how we can support Nairobi County. That's all I can say for the FLOCA program for now. Thank you. I hope we'll work together further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director General FLOCA, Malik. And now, from C40 Cities, Deputy Regional Director Africa, ladies and gentlemen, Gifty Nadi.
Your Excellency Governor, Director General, honored guests, all protocols observed. My name is Gifty Nadi. I'm the Deputy Regional Director for Africa, based in Addis Ababa, and it's a real privilege to be here today for the launch of the Climate Action Plan. I am really privileged to be here among all the supporters, everyone that helped to make this happen, including the staff of the county, as well as all the supporters listed here. C4D is a network of 97 member cities working together to confront the climate crisis. I would like to read a message from the chair of C4D, Mayor of London, Mayor Sadiq Khan, for Governor Mwenda. Dear Governor Mwenda, congratulations on launching Nairobi's Climate Action Plan. This is a big milestone for your city, considering that this is the first data-driven and evidence-based action plan for Nairobi City County. I'm particularly encouraged to note that this launch is happening after you have just established a climate change directorate, which will steer the implementation of this action plan. This year, as we prepare for the C4D Mayor Summit in Buenos Aires and COP27 in Egypt, we're always reminded that if we do not act quickly and together, we may miss the window of opportunity to make substantial progress in the fight against the climate crisis. We know there's still much to be done, and it's encouraging to see cities like Nairobi steering the front. I'm delighted to note that the Nairobi Climate Action Plan includes a holistic package of climate change mitigation and adaptation actions for an inclusive, carbon neutral, and resilient Nairobi. Your plan clearly outlines a transition to a green economy with bespoke co-benefits that include job creation, clean air, healthier environment for a more livable city. Now that we have this action plan, our focus should be on its implementation. C4D is committed to support member cities in delivering immediate action that will help us deal with the climate emergency now and faster. It is for this reason that we are continuing the support to Nairobi by providing a C4D city advisor who spoke earlier in Jenga to support your team in the implementation of this action plan. I'm so delighted to count Nairobi as one of the cities that will drive the climate change agenda forward, and I congratulate you again on this incredible accomplishment. I'm proud to serve alongside leaders like you, and it gives me great confidence that we can overcome the global climate crisis together. In closing, I would like to thank the German government's Federal Ministry for Environment, Nature Conservation, and Nuclear Safety through the International Climate Initiative for their general support, and also to all partners that contributed to this work. Mayor Sadiq Khan, thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Regional Director, Africa, C40s. I'd like now to call Dr. Philip Osano, Center Director, Stockholm Environment Institute, Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a big round of applause. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Program Director, Excellency Governor, Director General, all protocols observed. My name is Philip Osano. I'm the Center Director for Africa for the Stockholm Environment Institute, which is an international research organization that works on environment and development, more specifically to bridge the gap between science and policy. So the reason I'm here is because of the science. If you want to talk about the science of climate change and the science of air pollution, we are there to help unpack it for you and to help you see how you can take it to decision making. We are marking the launch of the climate change action plan, but at the same time, we're also celebrating the Nairobi Air Quality Act and policy which has been passed by the County Assembly. I'm proud to say that Stockholm Environment Institute, together with several partners, have been working with the Nairobi City County Government, the NMS, and the Nairobi City County Assembly in terms of providing the scientific underpinning of the air quality policy and the air quality bill. But allow me to also mention one or two things. One is that we have been working with Muungano, Kim was here a few minutes ago, in Mukuru. So we partnered with Muungano to undertake an assessment of air quality in Mukuru and subsequently coordinated the natural resources and environment component of the special planning area, which we are proud of because we are seeing some of the scientific work that we do underpinning decision making. Allow me also to highlight the fact that together with UNEP, UN Habitat, citizens groups in Nairobi, we did an amazing experiment in Luthuli Avenue where it was made a car-free zone. We measured air quality before that decision was taken and after, and I think the evidence was very clear. It was very stark. If you sort of made it a car-free zone, the quality of air really improved. And I think I'm happy that subsequently the county government took the decision to keep that an open, permanent car-free zone area. And I think that is quite a great decision. Allow me also to say that we have seen subsequently a lot of interest from community and citizens group. We are currently working with Athletics Kenya. We have installed air quality sensors in Kasarani, and we have installed air quality sensors also in Nyayo Stadium, because one of the challenges I think that climate change and air quality is bringing to this city, which is a country of great athletes, is the fact that many athletes are not able to come to compete here because the quality of air is an issue. And I think with Athletics Kenya, we are working in terms of making sure that we profile the issue of air quality and climate change so that we make this city and this country not just a great leader in environment, but also keep it as a great leader in sports. And lastly, I wanted to say that we are doing all this within a national framework. We are working with the Nairobi City. We are working also with the Ministry of Environment, the Climate Change Directorate, to develop an action plan for air quality, specifically focusing on what we call short-lived climate pollutants, which are those gases that contribute to air pollution, so they affect health in the short term, but they also contribute to global warming, so they affect climate in the long term. And I think that's an important thing to note, that we have benefit by addressing air quality because that contributes to health benefit and at the same time contribute to climate change. And overall, I'm happy to just say that we convened the technical team that has been providing the support to air quality, and some of the colleagues are here. We have colleagues from the National Transport and Road Safety Authority. Engineer, maybe you can just stand and wave. We have colleagues from the Institute of Nuclear Science at the University of Nairobi, who is not here, colleagues from NEMA, colleagues from, as well as Kenya Meteorological Services. And that's, as we move forward, we look forward to continue this collaboration and to bring and to deploy our technical expertise to support the county and make the city not just a great city, but the global capital of environment. Thank you so much.
Kenya is the headquarters of UNEP, and definitely they cannot miss as part of today's big event, our event. I'd like to invite Dr. Charles Sebukera, the policy coordinator at UNEP. Big round of applause for him.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Nairobi County, the Director General, all protocols observed. An eminent person in the names of Indira Gandhi said, if everyone would clean their doorsteps, the world would be a very clean place. So it would be very impractical for UNEP to start showing star performance in other cities without starting with Nairobi, which is right at their doorstep. First of all, let me convey greetings from the Executive Director, Madam Inga, and the Regional Director for Africa, Dr. Frank Fiatunga, who could not join us because he already had some other commitments. He requested me to convey to you his sincere appreciation for this commendable event. My name is Charles Sebukera. I'm the Regional Science Policy Coordinator for Africa, and I'm responsible for capacity development in all African countries and at the subnational level. We have worked with Nairobi for a very long time. I remember we started in 2016 somewhere, when we prepared I think it is the only state of environment report for Nairobi City. By then it was Nairobi City County. But it provided very solid information and background. This time around, we came with a program. We got resources from a donor who wanted to develop capacity in air quality monitoring to protect public health. And they wanted only 3 countries in the whole of Africa, 3 cities in the whole of Africa as pilots for a proof of concept. Naturally, Nairobi was one of them. So we have worked with a very able team from Nairobi County in developing the institution, first of all, the institutional capacity for air quality monitoring. I think my colleague, Dr. Osano, has already alluded to some of the work which has already been done in Nairobi. And this also included the installation of air quality monitoring sensors in many parts of Nairobi. And we're also pleased to note that we partnered with Safaricom to mount some of the sensors on their pylons. We have undertaken training of your staff, Your Excellency, and you have very able staff. I think some of them will continue with this training to a very high level, almost at doctorate level, which is very commendable because then you will have a very huge residual capacity within the county. But the foundation for action, be it climate action, be it air quality monitoring, is a legal framework to protect you as a public servant in whatever you do. You are not going to close down somebody's factory because it is, putting out a lot of smoke. He's going to take you to court and say, where is the law which stops me from doing it? So the first thing we did is to put in place a very strong legislative framework. And Your Excellency, I would like to appreciate your support in this. The fact that you agreed to assent to this bill and turn it into a law is one of the key milestones in Africa because there are very few cities which have an air quality law. The only one I know of is Johannesburg. The other ones, I think they adopt national laws. National laws cannot work at the city level because the issues of cities are very unique. At this juncture, I would like to appreciate the support of Waziri seated next to you there, and also the Honorable Waithera, who actually is the champion of this. She fast-tracked it in record time through the council. This law would have taken a couple of years, by the way. If at all, it would have come out of the pipeline the other side. But Honorable Waithera worked with it through the council, and we are glad to announce that we now have a law in place. Now, the 3 pilot cities were learning processes. We have harvested best practices from these cities, which we are now going to roll out to another additional 6 cities. But it is a pleasure to note that Nairobi has been a star performer, including the fact that it is one of the few cities in Africa which transmit real-time air quality data on billboards. I'm sure some of you have seen the billboards telling you the air quality in Nairobi today. So if you are taking your kid to school and maybe the kid has asthma, it gives you some kind of planning whether the kid should be wearing a mask when he's out there in the school, or you can take him back home. We are going to progress this process into a system which can provide alert that, please, today you have to close off Eliselesi Avenue because the ground level ozone has gone beyond acceptable limits. So Nairobi's performance is going to be rolled out to the other 6 cities, and I'm also glad to know that one of the cities which will benefit from the next round is still in Kenya, because we felt that I think Kenyan cities are quite responsive to support and actions which are directed to matters of air quality. This is Kisumu. It will be in the next phase. Kisumu will be one of them in the next phase. I think Your Excellency, it is also appreciative to know that His Excellency the President is actually interested in the air quality in Nairobi, because he personally participated in launching the installation of air quality sensors on the new highway. The new highway has sensors. So it will be saying, it will be telling the people in your office how bad the air quality has become on the highway, and it will be an option of either closing down some sections of the highway or diverting traffic to other parts of the highway. So I look forward to continued cooperation with your government, Your Excellency, and UNEP stands ready to work with you in making sure that this law which you have accented to becomes practical. So we shall support you in popularizing this law and also developing with your county government a compliance assistance program for those who will be impacted by this law. Because when the law comes in place, some industries might be 50 years old. If you tell them to reduce their emission to a certain level, they may have to close completely. But you can have a compliance assistance program and tell them when to emit up to a certain level, because the ambient condition can accept certain level of emissions, or they can start closing down certain phases of their factories. So we shall now start working on compliance assistance and popularizing the law. So I think for now, thank you very much, Your Excellency and the Director General. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. From UNEP, Dr. Charles, the policy coordinator at UNEP. NEMA, we'd like to call Ms. Stella Kamwasil, the Regional Director of National Environment Management Authority, NEMA. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you so much.
Your Excellency, Nairobi City Governor, the Director General NMS, Honorables and all protocols observed, good afternoon. I will wish to put it, I'm Stella Kamwasir from NEMA, the Environmental Compliance Section, and receive our kindest regards from the Director General and also from the NEMA management and the board. I wish to put it that NEMA commends the steps taken by the city to start on a process to enhance city-led climate change mitigation and adaptation. NEMA is also one of the designated national entities, authorities with regard to climate change mitigation and adaptation actions, and it will be impressive that in us regulating and also partnering with other agencies in this action, that we are also in very many ways contributing to that which is required globally, regionally, and also nationally. So we are working on calling on actually the city to continue working on environmental monitoring, especially on the 3 areas that have been highlighted in the action plan. That is transport, waste and energy, because the first 2 actually are main in our dockets, and it will be our interest that as we do this, we are also continuing to gather data to inform decision making, even as we integrate this in the county integrated development plan and in the county environment action plan. Just on a light note, it's unfortunate that our eyes cannot see the extent of air pollution, and maybe the nose can tell us how it is. If only each and every particle of air pollution or even waste management or something would send a signal to our noses, like the way if sulfur dioxide comes out of somebody's stomach which has not been carrying out good digestion. You get what I mean? I do not want to be ugly in that. But sometimes when we see the ugliness of what happens from our human actions, and especially from urban areas, we will see the gravity with which we need to act and with the speed that is required. So it is interesting to know that the changes arising from from the implementation of this action plan can be taken into account through the monitoring system so that we are able to see in the next 2 or 3 years, how is the state of the environment changing? The authority, NEMA, is mandated in giving to this country the state of the environment report, but it is also in its mandate to request for this information from the agencies that are acting. For example, we may require at one time that Nairobi City will provide the information on the state of the environment within them so that we know at what rate they are improving or not improving, so that any corrective mechanisms or interventions are integrated in the CIDP and also in the County Environment Action Plan. I wouldn't want to delve much into what else. It's been said before by my predecessor from UNEP, but we just wish to emphasize on those two factors. And as we were starting this meeting, remember we sang the national anthem, and it's a prayer of sorts. By it saying, Mungu nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu, may all that we do, that's at our personal level, may all that we do be and bring a blessing to this country and to our cities. God bless us all.
Thank you so much. I would like now to invite Honorable Waithera Chege, the Deputy Chief Whip, Nairobi County. Let's give her a big round of applause. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Your Excellency the Governor, the Director General NMS, all protocols observed. Your Excellency the Governor, my name is Waithera Chege. I'm the elected MCA for Nairobi South B Ward and the Deputy Chief Whip, Nairobi County Assembly. I am the sponsor of the act that was just signed by His High Excellency the Governor. And Your Excellency, the genesis of that bill was as a result of a drive that we took from here in town to the airport. When we got to Airtel along Mombasa Road, we couldn't breathe with my colleagues between Airtel and Imara Daima as a result of air pollution that has been meted by companies along that road. Your Excellency the Governor, there are 4 very popular companies that have been mentioned of the floor of the House, and that is Powerlex Company, Usafi Plus, East African Company, and edible oils. They are the most notorious companies that have been emitting air pollution along Mombasa Road. On top of that, Your Excellency the Governor, and in the presence of the Director General, I wish to challenge NEMA, which is well presented here by Stella, that the Constitution gives the Committee of the Assembly the power to summon any institution in this country. But NEMA has failed to appear before that committee, and therefore we are challenging them in your presence to produce the results that collected data outside Eagle Plains Estate along Mombasa Road. Mombasa Road has not been habitable, Your Excellency, and as a result of NEMA not giving out those results, this assembly led by the Speaker, we did a letter to the former Director General, and therefore, because they have failed to appear before the Assembly, Your Excellency, we request them in your presence after this meeting to do that. Your Excellency, one of the main objectives of this law that was passed is to give effect to paragraph 3 of part 2 of the 4th schedule to the Constitution of Kenya on air pollution as a right enshrined in the Constitution, providing the guidelines within which that right can be exercised in Nairobi County. Your Excellency, the law is aimed at establishing local emission standards, which include identification of substances and development of local emission standards, consequences of identification and public participation process, in addition to the national regulations. Your Excellency, the law further has provisions for control of emissions from motor vehicles, small boilers, controlled activities such as dust emissions, emissions caused by open burning, emissions caused by industrial waste, domestic waste, and garden waste in waste bins or skips or any yard or premises sugarcane farming, emissions caused by tire burning and burning of rubber products, and cables in open places, pesticide spraying emissions, spray painting emissions, and SAD blasting emissions. Your Excellency the Governor, the law is also aimed at providing for appeals, offenses, and penalties, enforcement exemptions, national and county governments bound further provide for mechanisms for effective implementation of the national regulations on the air pollution and environment management. Your Excellency the Governor, the implementation of this law will go a long way in ensuring clean environment to the residents of Nairobi. We therefore thank you, Your Excellency, for signing the vellum which is before you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. To just give you an idea of what has been happening, on 5th of June, we celebrated the World Climate Day. And it's always celebrated, and the idea is to look at where have we been, where are we heading. I would like you to have a look at this 2-minute video that is about the activities that coincided with that day.
Hapa Limo tulirauka asubuhi sana na tukakuwa na preparation ya World Environment Day, pre-event launch ya CAP launch, which is Climate Action Plan.
Today we are at Lakisama, where the Lumo team, which is a youth team that has dedicated their time towards cleaning the environment and particularly Nairobi and Mathare River riparian land by creating green spaces so that the people who live around can be inspired. When people see that it is possible, when people see what collective effort can do to the environment, we're hoping that this will be a challenge for them to, join this initiative.
Today being on a Friday, we were invited by NEMO to come and plant trees and take action toward climate action. It is a good initiative that the NEMO organization, together with other stakeholders, has come up with.
I want to say thank you for Limo Park and also the Limo Group for enabling us to be here today and seeing this scenery. I want also to shout out all the groups that are along this river. That is from Greener Life to Limo to Gol to Kariadudu Waste Management. All these groups are doing amazing work. They only need the right skills, they only need the right training and also funding, a little bit of funding to help them to restore the planet the right way.
I'm very happy today and humbled to see such people in these slum areas, Korogocho, Lakisama, wakifanya great job for cleaning up our environment.
Today we are here with one of the groups that we work with. It's called Lakisama Environment Waste Management Organization, and we are working with them to set up a waste business, in particular composting and also working to around the tree nursery project. So today is just a kickstart. We have planted over 150 trees with the support of other stakeholders.
Thank you so much. That's, there were so many activities that happened around, but that was a summary of it. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call the County Executive Committee member, Environment, Water, Energy, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, Nairobi City County. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Larry Wambua.
Thank you. Our Governor, Honorable Anne Kananu, the DG, NMS, General Badi, members of Assembly that are here, our colleagues, my colleagues in Cabinet, please stand up, the colleagues in Cabinet. Please give them a hearty clap. Thank you. We have chief officers here. Chief officers, you represent all the rest. Thank you. A hearty clap for him. Today, for me, is a celebration. And it's a celebration of two activities that have taken place. The first one is what Honorable Waithera has talked about, the passing of Nairobi Air Quality Act into law. It started, the history has been well documented and explained by the various representatives of the organizations that we've worked with until we passed it. UNEP, SEI, you know, all of them. And what it provides for this city is an opportunity for us to manage and control our activities, our production activities, the factories, the domestic work that we do, everything, so that we make sure that the ambient air that is in Nairobi is controlled and is good for our habitation. That is one. The next one is the CAP, the launch of the Climate Action Plan, whose journey started in 2015. Before we came in, I found it on course in 2017. I took it up. I started talking with the director because I had met him before, director of C40 cities, and they gave us a city advisor, and we started the process. It was finally ready in 2019, and there have been 5 attempts to launch it. This is the 6th, and we are 6 times lucky. So these 2 events are worth a celebration, and I just want to acknowledge the support that we got from C40 cities. They committed themselves to this process, they gave us a city advisor, they employed their resources, and they were with us all through the way until we managed to achieve this. So please, ladies and gentlemen, give them a hearty clap. That process, we also worked with the following partners. NMS, who allowed their officers to work with us. You know that after the 2020 deed of transfer, environment officers were transferred to NMS. But when we started working with them on this bill, there was no rivalry. I did not get objection that, oh, you know, these are our officers. So thank you very much, General. Give him a hearty clap, please. Then we, of course, C40, Slum Dwellers Initiative. As Joe has explained, he came to my office, we were stuck. We didn't have a budget to do this. As he explained what he was coming to do, I saw an opportunity. So quickly, nikaingia. And he committed to help fund this, and he did it in a big way. So thank you very much, SDI. Then there was Red Cross International, there was COCO, there was Equity Bank, there was SEI, there was NEMA, We worked with them. There was KFS, Ustadi, Child Fund, Safaricom, World Bank, Sanaji, and the CBOs. We actually worked with many, but as we worked, we came across these champions that I would want us to acknowledge and give them hearty claps. The first one is Comp Green Solutions. They have done their part. Makofi kwao. Then there is the Leumo, Lakisama Environmental Waste Management Organization. They are represented here. There is Kamukunji Environment Conservation Champions. There is Greening Kenya Initiative Trust, represented by Shakespeare, who spoke here. There is Ruaraka Justice Center. There is Greener Life Community CBO. There is Mathare North Environment Alliance. Please continue with the claps because they've done a wonderful job understanding what we are doing and educating the community with us so that we can start adaptation measures. Then there is a Simplicity CBO. Mutiridhia Railway Side Youth Group. Waswafi Youth Group. Green Oasis Lens. Dandora Transformation League. Kayole Community Justice Center. Kenya Peasant League. Ecological Justice League. Tree and Culture Kasarani. Korogosho Justice Center. KECC from Langata. Hatua Youth Group. Ecovista of Dagoretti. Mathare Green Movement. Black Pen. Temple Art Center. Small Axe Kasarani. Wadau Wasafi of Embakasi West. Utanitasia CBO. And Muyong from Roysambu. We have certificates for you, but because of time, you'll pick them on Friday from my office. And as has been mentioned here, when funds become available, we'll make sure that you access these funds for the work that you do. But in the next budget, we'll work with you so that we provide you with tools and working implements. Now, I cannot forget to mention the support I got from the environment officers. Nairobi County has the best environment officers I've come across. I previously worked in Machakos County, but the environment officers I found in Nairobi County deserve a special mention. Please put your hands together for them. And then the governor, whenever I needed any consultations, her doors were open for me. Please give her a hearty clap. The document that we have passed and that we are celebrating today, the Climate Action Plan, is derived from evidence and provides the following measures to mitigate against climate change and prepare the city better. The first thing is solid waste management. We have been using what is called the linear model of managing our waste, which is use and throw away. And that's why you see so much litter around. Now, we are currently shifting the city from that linear model to green and circular model, which enhances recycling, reusing, reducing, so that because most of the things that we throw away are raw material for another process. If you take the market waste, organic waste, which comprises about 65% of the waste we produce in Nairobi from studies, that waste can be used to compost and give you manure for your various green spaces, and also even provide manure for farming activities. So if it is taken, and we are going to do it, we reduce 65% of the load that we take to Dandora. Now, if you take the PET bottles, they are raw materials for the next process. If you take cartons, they are a raw material for the next process. If you take glasses, they are a raw material for the next process. Studies have shown that if you recycle, if you separate this waste, you will be left with about 10 to 5% of waste that will go into your dump site. And that is where Nairobi is progressing with this climate action plan. Next, on transport, and I want to thank General Badi very much for this. He accomplished what the administration that he took over from didn't accomplish in 3 years, but he accomplished it in 1 year, is creating bigger clubs, please. Creating mobility options and non-motorized forms of transport for walking and recycling and cycling. If you look around the city, there's a lot of space where you can walk, where you can cycle, and that reduces the amount of pollution that you know. Do I have to explain more? On water, the city aims to ensure there is security by creation of more water sources, but more importantly, recycling wastewater. Recently we went to Estonia. They recycle their water to the level where you can drink it. But if we just recycled our wastewater, we can use the recycled water to water our green spaces, for construction, for some industrial purposes, and the water that we have in the city would be enough for our purposes. So that is what part of what this action plan aims to do. On food, it aims at promoting sustainable a sustainable urban food system that ensures your food is safe, that ensures that you reduce the amount of food that you throw away. A lot of the food that is thrown away can be reused for other purposes and can also be saved for eating, and it has that tranche in it. On energy, it aims to advance clean and green energy options by focusing on renewals. On parks, it aims at restoring parks and open spaces for a better life in the city. And I think at this point, let's give General another hearty clap, because you see the work he's doing across Uhuru Park and Central Park, and also Michuki Park. A lot of work has gone on under him, even before this document was launched. And on air quality and health, we have just passed the Air Quality Act, and it hopes to monitor and improve our air quality through various measures that Honorable Waithera mentioned. So most of the other things I intended to say here have been said. I'll just say this, that now that the city has a framework to work on, I will encourage the city management, and today the governor will commit the city to implementing this cap for the betterment of the city, of the life of the cities, of the residents of this city. And I encourage you all to familiarize yourself with it so that you can hold this city administration to account on what they have committed to do in this document. With those few remarks, it's my honor and duty to invite General Badi to make your few remarks, and then you call the governor. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the Governor Anne Kananu, Governor of Nairobi City County Government, Nairobi City County officials, the CECs, Nairobi City County Assembly officials, the CBOs present, leaders of key institutions, dignitaries, members of the public, distinguished participants, all protocol observed, good afternoon. Nairobi Metropolitan Services greatly appreciates your presence physically and virtually to witness the launch of our Climate Change Action Plan. This marks a great stride for the capital of Kenya. Nairobi City has been impacted by climate change and continues to do so with the increased occurrences of extreme weather patterns, droughts that have impacted on urban agriculture, water scarcity, high energy demand, and use, as well as transport system, bearing in mind the ballooning population in informal settlements. NMS, whose mandate came following the deed of transfer in March 2020, which saw the transfer of some functions from county government to NMS, and also in the environmental sector, has fortified the collaboration between national government and county government while implementing its role in the transferred services. This partnership has revitalized service delivery in the city while leveraging improving the livelihood of Nairobians by addressing disparity caused by climate change, as well as addressing climate vulnerabilities. NMS partnership established through cordial working relationship with all relevant institutions, as well as in cooperation with partners and various stakeholders like JICA, UN Habitat, UNEP, C40 City, Slum Dwellers International, Stockholm Environmental Institute, KenGel, NTSA, NAMATA, Kenya Red Cross, UN Environment aim at transiting Nairobi towards building climate resilience and improving air quality. As a matter of fact, as mentioned by CEC Larry Wambua, in the transport sector, NMS has led interventions such as relocation of bus station out of CBD to Green Park, Desai and Park Road terminus, while building the rest in industrial areas and landings to improve the air quality emission. We have done it in partnership with Transport Stakeholders Association. The non-motorized infrastructure in CBD, hence enabling, encouraging city dwellers to walk and ride freely within the CBD. This has been successful through partnership with Kenya Cyclers Association in a program which led to conversion of parking spaces and streets into walkways, an area city leadership is keen in supporting. NMS has immensely contributed in improving access through construction of city roads, both informal and informal settlements, thus increasing efficiency in road transport while averting imminent flood caused as a result of climate disparities, thus aiding to the measure of building resilience towards adverse climate change impacts. NMS partnership and in support of the expressway construction demonstrated its intention in achieve reduced traffic as well as emission within the city. On solid waste management, there has been great improvements on efforts to clear environment of garbage daily collection, averaging to 3,000 tons daily. This has impacted a lot, not only on reducing visual pollution, but also reducing generation of greenhouse gases brought about by improper waste management. NMS, since its establishment, has been implementing the Sustainable Solid Waste Management Action Plan developed for Nairobi in collaboration with Ministry of Environment and Forestry, which was aimed at transiting Nairobi from the linear model of waste management to the circular economy. One of the critical actions of NMS was to identify the material recovery site for establishment, which is now in the process currently underway in 9 sub-counties. This will increase sorting out and value addition of waste, thus creating green jobs for the vulnerable in the society, while at the same time reducing the waste going to the Dandora dump site, and consequently reducing the cost of managing waste through reduced transportation, which in turn creates a healthier environment. Through partnership with Kenya Residential Association, the city has seen an improvement in waste segregation by advocating for household segregation of waste through various communication platforms and awareness campaigns. NMS through JICA is currently developing a strategy that will enhance capacity of the city officials to promote circular economy of waste management, as well as create strategies around the development of proper engineered sanitary landfill for the city. Under the green and circular economy model on waste management, NMS has continued to increase this approach. The city has cooperated with partners such as NEMA, KFS, and KEFRI, amongst others, in reclaiming the green spaces, reducing air pollution and environmental degradation. We have done so through rehabilitation of John Michuki Memorial Park, which is currently well-maintained vegetation and a healthier river ecosystem. NMS has also embarked on enhancing all the green spaces within the city through the program, I Love My Green City. Through this program, various green spaces have been established with NMS project, for instance, within all NMS establishment and managed hospitals, creating a healthy environment within hospitals. All NMTs within the city CBD zones and outskirts have been complemented with greenery, especially on major roads such as Parliament Road, Kenyatta Avenue, Muindi Mbingu, Moi Avenue, Nyayo House area, just to mention a few. Closure of illegal dump sites has also led to enhancement of green spaces, where all illegal dumping hotspots have seen vegetation planted, thriving during NMS tenure. In the same program, NMS is proud to announce the revitalization works that are currently going on at Uhuru Park, Central Park, Jivanji Gardens, and City Park. To mention, Madam Governor, we are now rebuilding the city nursery. It's an ongoing project which has been sponsored by national government, which will invite you to launch as soon as it's ready. These will see these recreational spaces being enhanced for well-being of residents of Nairobi while creating healthier environment by abating various forms of environmental pollution. River regeneration efforts have also been an area of interest for NMS. We have performed various cleanups with various river riparian reserves within the city, which has also included tree planting efforts. Last year, we got into an MOU with UN Habitat for technical and financial support in river regeneration program, which has now culminated in a detailed spatial design for riverfront development on the stretch from Globe Roundabout to Karioko Roundabout. The designs work are now complete, awaiting implementation and support from various partners to create an integrated riverfront development that will be a building block to climate resilient efforts needed for the city, and also in the reduction of greenhouse gases through well-enhanced riverine ecosystem. Water and sewerage infrastructure upgrades have been key among efforts of NMS. Key amongst them is the informal settlement program, as mentioned earlier, the Mukuru SPA project, which will see various earmarked informal settlements connected to water and sewer, reducing the amount of liquid waste discharged into the environment, hence reducing climate change-related issues. NMS supports the city-wide up cleanup through city residents who participates in removal of garbage from the areas of residence as a measure of reducing piling up of the waste. An initiative which is highly supported by business executives such as Safaricom, Standard Bank, Equity Bank, KCB, Kenya Media, who donate tools of work, seedlings, and cover up the cleanup action. NMS, through Neighborhood Association, promotes waste dialogue as a way of promoting individual responsibility during waste management. NMS, through Ministry of Energy and KenGen, is supporting a waste-to-energy project. This will see the city construct a plant to handle its ever-growing waste demand as an energy recovery strategy for the city. Kenya Association of Manufacturers, through the Sydney Partnership, have contributed immensely in support of City Air Quality Policy Action Plan, which is now signed courtesy of County Assembly and Madam Governor. This has provided the city with spaces to install monitors, hence enabling the city to improve its air quality monitoring networks. The city leadership has enabled multilateral agreements, being UN Environment, which has seen air quality projects coming through, enabling the county to develop this air quality bill. Kenya Association of Manufacturers has been very instrumental in assisting the city in plastic ban implementation by advocating through their members to adopt multiple-use plastics and also support the city in crackdown of single-use plastic by giving insights for enforcement. I extend my hearty appreciation to you, Governor Kananu, of the City County and NMS Directorate, NCCG County Executive Member in charge of climate, Larry Wambua, who we have worked very closely, the City County Assembly, who have assisted very much in enacting this bill. Thank you, Madam Sabina. Madam Chege, sorry, able for steering this process towards the delivery of such transformative action plan. The journey to build resilience against frequent climate risk and hazards like urban flooding, heat stress, extreme weather events that have high impact on urban infrastructure, food, health, water system, calls for greater responsibility, not only on the part of county government, but also from the great citizens and residents of Nairobi. I call upon all partners present here and those attending virtually and the international community to come on board and support the implementation of Nairobi City Climate Action Plan through increased financing, enhanced collaboration, and concerted engagements to ensure inclusivity and equity, especially in line of the current challenges we are facing with COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 shortcomings. Together, we can impact fully the change story. Every action on mitigating the climate change disparity counts. NMS stands to be counted in setting the right footstep forward in accelerating climate action plan for the benefit of humanity. God bless you all. God bless this great city county. It's now my honor and privilege to invite Her Excellency Governor Anne Kananu to address you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You may be seated. The Director, the Lieutenant General Major Mohamed Badi, a UNEP representative, Stockholm Environment Institute, the representative of FLOCA, our representative for C40 cities, SDI, Slum Dwellers International, COCO Networks, representative from NEMA. We have representative from COG, maybe you can wave. Brian, thank you. Equity Bank, Ministry of Transport, Coca-Cola, MCS present, led by our Deputy Chief Whip, Waithera Chege, who is also the sponsor of this act today. I welcome you all to today's launch of the Nairobi City Climate Action, which marks a great stride for the Nairobi, the capital city of Kenya. Climate change is a major threat to Kenya's socio-economic well-being. Indeed, climate change has the potential to roll back to the development gains made over the years and threatens the attainment of our Vision 2030 and President Kenyatta's Big Four agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, cities all over the world continue to bear the impacts of climate change, particularly in the wake of increasing urban challenges and continued climate-related risks and hazards occasioned by the extreme weather events. Cities are aware the future happens fast, and in line with the recent climate report, there is a need to accelerate and coordinate intervention measures towards attaining the goals of the Paris Agreement of 2050 at both national and county government levels. Consequently, climate change is now recognized as a cross-cutting thematic area. Nairobi City has taken a lead in the region and developed its first long-term climate action plan for 2020-2050. With this plan, the city of Nairobi seeks to restore its famed glory of being the green city in the sun, while building the climate resilience and reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the high-impact sectors, as well as achieving the SDGs and other climate change and developmental priorities. Therefore, my government has been working closely with the C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group to develop a scientific evidence based on greenhouse gas emissions in the city, which informed the transformative climate change interventions contained with the plan. These actions have been domesticated from the National Climate Change Action Plan 2018-2022 and take into consideration key strategies from the city, such as the county integrated development plans under the CIDP, medium-term plans. We have the annual development plans, key policies and regulations on air quality, urban planning, mobility, energy, security, water, and waste management strategies. It is an ambitious and robust climate action plan that complements and aligns with the updated nationally determined contributions that the NDC for Kenya to reduce GHG emissions by 32% by 2030. This solidly positions the city of Nairobi as the first county in Kenya to develop such a plan that aims to offer wider benefits to citizens, improve livelihoods and health, create green jobs, restore parks and open spaces, improve mobility options for residents, enhance air quality management, embrace clean energy options and next generation's mobility, targeting NMT facilities and electric mobility. I would like to appreciate and thank the consolidated efforts and support from the key city departments, line ministries, and state agencies, international partners, private sector, and community representatives who participated to bringing this document to life. My special gratitude to Larry Wambua, who is my CEC member, who is my CC in charge of climate change, and his team for steering this process towards the delivery of such a transformative action plan. Not forgetting the sponsor and the person who initiated this process, Honorable Idira Shege, for being the sponsor of this act. The journey has just begun for the city of Nairobi to build resilience against frequent climate risk and hazards like urban flooding, heat stress, and extreme weather events that have a high impact on urban infrastructure, food, health, and water systems, and for greater responsibility not only on the part of the county government, but also from the great citizens of residents of Nairobi. Not to forget the NMS for working together with the Nairobi County government to make this launch a reality. Ladies and gentlemen, I call upon all partners to come on board and support the implementation of this action plan through increased financing, enhanced collaboration, and concerted engagements to ensure inclusivity and equity, especially in line with the current challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. Together, we can restore this great city to its former green glory, bask under the absolute promise of being the city of choice to work and invest in. Nairobi is honored to have this opportunity to share this great milestone. Finally, I would like to welcome you all for further engagements towards sustainable initiative for the Green City in the Sun. I personally commit to being the forefront of these efforts to ensure that our aspiration of a low carbon climate resilience and prosperous Kenya is realized. As I conclude, Honorable Waithira Chege raised a very strong issue, especially on companies emitting pollution, especially on Mombasa Road. I have today directed all agencies within the Nairobi City County to move with speed and identify companies that do emit pollution. With NMS boss, Lieutenant General Mohammed Badi, we will ensure that Nairobi gets quality services. And by so doing so, the County Executive Committee in charge of environment, Larry Wambua, must also work closely with the team in ensuring that all achieved and a report is tabled for action. I want to thank you all for coming, and I want to believe and trust that we are here today because we care for each other. We have seen the cases of cancer rising. We have seen so many cases of so many other reactions for humans because of gas emissions. I want us to work closely with each other to ensure that those companies that are emitting those gases are put to book. And for me, it is so simple. If you cannot comply with the Nairobi City County Climate Action Plan, it is time for you to pack and leave Nairobi City. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Asanteni sana.
Let's give a big round of applause to Her Excellency. We'll ask you to kindly remain behind. And I would like now to call Honorable Waithira to present Her Excellency with a copy of the air quality bill that she assented to on 21st of April 2022. So it'll take time because this is important and just, I would like to call the DG, kindly sir, also come over. Let's give him a big round of applause. Members of the Fourth Estate, the DG is also joining Her Excellency to and now there's a declaration. So we need to assign the signature on this. So we will request you, the team is going to set it up. And now I'd like to call to join us on stage, Brian Muthoka, representative from the COG, please come over. We have Gift Nadi from C40, please come over. We have Ms. Stella Kamwasir, Regional Director, NEMA, please come over. And Dr. Charles Sebukera, Science Policy Coordinator from UNEP, kindly come over. And we can so because of the members of the Fourth Estate, you'll take your time and you can even pause so that they capture those pictures, and then you can come here. Then maybe there's an other side.
Nairobi County Government hereby acknowledges the process of developing this climate action plan and hereby commits to implement its actions, priorities in the mitigation and adaptation to climate change. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nairobi City County Government commitment to develop and implement ambitious climate action plan that aligns with global goals of limiting the average temperature rise to 1.5 Celsius as set out in the Paris Agreement, and Her Excellency, the Governor, Nairobi City County, Anne Kananu, is ascending to that, and she has just finished. Let's give her a big round of applause. And now I'll request Ms. Stella Kamwasil, the Regional Director, NEMA, to sign on behalf of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. So maybe you need to, maybe this way, like this, here. So these guys are happy? Yes. Then once you finish, you will pause there and smile to show that you actually mean this is exactly what we'll be doing. And after that, we will remove this, and then we'll give you copies of the book, and you stand here and hold them, and then we'll have our celebrations. So stand by. And I will request everybody now remove your phone. You need to record this, because the next session you need to record and tweet about it. So film, not a picture. Make sure it's a film because you need to record. It's a moment. Okay. Thank you so much. And now I'd like us to remove this and hand over the copies of the book to each and everyone that is here. And I would like to come closer, all of us, and we face the members of the media. So we need to face them. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Climate Action Launch Declaration. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This is the climate. Continue smiling. Ladies and gentlemen, Nairobi City, County, acknowledging the process of developing the Climate Action Plan and committing to implement its actions, priorities in the mitigation and adaptation of climate change. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I told you to record. The launch, Climate Action Launch Declaration. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's enough now. Okay. Clearly, we have showered you with all the confetti. The Climate Action Plan, everybody is definitely having a confetti on their head. So we will remove that, and then maybe. So this book, all the contents of the book will be uploaded in the county website for you to be able to download and read and share with your friends. So thank you so much. I'd like now to So now let's be upstanding for the national anthem. Peter, stand by. Thank you. I will request all of you to get seated as we allow Her Excellency the Governor to leave at her own leisure. So everybody else kindly get seated as we allow the Governor to exit. Thank you. Kit. So for everyone else, please remain seated. Behind us, we have refreshments, but this team, you have a special card, you know how it is, so you'll go this side, but everybody else, there are refreshments that have been served outside, and I believe the team is ready. So we'll exit through this door, and we'll have the refreshments. But for this team, you know you have a small, you need to accompany the governor, you need to have the, yes. So the refreshments are behind here, guys. Don't follow the governor's side. The refreshments are here. Then they are going to the office. So the refreshments are behind here and the team is ready, so we can proceed outside here. And by the way, feel free to come on stage and take your picture. Somebody has asked me whether they want to do that. Go ahead.